You're not searching for peace. You're tired of holding everything together, of managing, fixing, controlling what cannot be controlled. So for a moment, you can stop, sit, breathe, and simply notice what is already here. Welcome to Whispers of Moonlight, a space for meditation and mindfulness. In this session, you'll gently learn how to return to the present, to observe without judging, to soften the grip of stress, and to see clearly how thoughts and emotions rise and fall on their own, not by force, but by awareness, not by becoming better, but by seeing deeply. Right now, as you listen, what is here? A breath, a sensation, a quiet movement of the mind? And if nothing needs to be changed, what begins to relax? We'll move slowly, step by step, into a space where nothing needs to be held. And before we continue, if this moment finds you, leave a comment with your time and place. Wherever you are in the world, we meet here in this very breath. Let the body settle just a little more, without forcing it to be still. Feel the natural weight of your body gently resting on the ground. Notice how the ground is already supporting you without effort. There is nothing you need to hold up right now, nothing you need to carry, nothing you need to prove. Allow the spine to rise naturally, not rigid, not collapsed, as if it is being softly lifted from within, balanced, alive, yet at ease. Let the shoulders drop just a fraction. Let the jaw soften. Let the face be at rest without expression. And now, slowly, bring your attention into the body. Not thinking about the body, but feeling it directly. Feel the contact points, where the body meets the cushion or the chair, where the feet touch the ground. There may be pressure, warmth, a subtle vibration. Whatever is here, let it be known. You are not trying to change the sensation. You are simply allowing it to be felt. And as you feel the body, you may begin to notice something. The body is not a fixed object. It is a field of changing sensations. A tingling here, a pulsing there, a shifting moment by moment. Nothing is staying the same. Even what seems solid is quietly moving. Even what feels stable is gently changing. This is the nature of the body, not solid, not fixed, just a flow of experience. And as this is seen, even faintly, something softens inside. The need to control, the need to make things stay. Because the body itself is already showing you that nothing truly stays. Now, let your awareness expand through the whole body, from the top of the head down through the neck, the shoulders, the chest, the belly, the legs, all the way to the feet. Not scanning with effort, just allowing the body to be known as a whole, a living presence, breathing, changing. And somewhere within this field, the breath is happening. You don't need to find it. It is already here. Perhaps you feel the rise and fall in the belly, or the subtle movement in the chest, or the gentle touch of air at the nose. Let your attention rest there, lightly, naturally. Do not control the breath. Let it move on its own. In and out. Just this. If the breath is shallow, let it be shallow. If it is deep, let it be deep. There is no correct way for the breath to be. There is only this breath as it is. And as you stay with the breath, you may notice the mind beginning to move. A thought appears, a memory, a plan. This is natural. The mind has been moving for a long time. It does not stop just because you ask it to. So instead of stopping it, simply notice. A thought is here. And just as quietly, it passes. You do not need to follow it. You do not need to push it away. Just return gently to the breath. Again and again. Each return is not a failure. It is the practice itself. The moment you notice you have wandered, awareness is already present. That moment of noticing is clarity. And in that clarity, there is no judgment, only seeing. Now, as you continue to sit, notice the space between sensations. A moment of stillness. A gap between breaths. A quiet pause between thoughts. Very subtle. Very easy to miss. But it is there. And in that small space, there is no struggle, no tension, just a simple openness. You do not need to hold on to it. You do not need to make it last. Just recognize that it exists. And then let it go. This too is part of the flow. Everything that appears disappears. Everything that arises passes. This is not something to believe. It is something you can begin to see. Right here in your own experience. A breath begins. A breath ends. A sensation appears. A sensation fades. A thought comes. A thought goes. Nothing stays long enough to be owned. And yet, we often hold on. We resist change. We want what is pleasant to remain. We want what is unpleasant to disappear. And in that holding, there is tension. This tension is the beginning of suffering. Not because life is wrong, but because we try to make it different from what it is. So for now, just experiment with letting things be. Let the breath come and go. Let sensations arise and pass. Let thoughts appear and dissolve. Without interference, without adding anything, without taking anything away. Just this simple knowing. And as you rest in this way, you may begin to feel a quiet shift. Less effort, less resistance, a softening, not something dramatic, not something you need to chase, just a subtle ease that comes when nothing is being forced. Stay here, aware, present, at ease. There is nothing else you need to do. Let your attention rest on the breath, as if it has found a quiet place to land. No need to hold it tightly. No need to keep it from moving. Just let awareness touch the breath lightly. In and out. Feel the beginning of the inhale, the gentle expansion, then the turning point, and the soft release of the exhale. There is a rhythm here, not created by you, already happening. You are not the one making the breath. The breath is breathing itself, and you are simply here to notice. If the breath feels clear, stay with that clarity. If it feels faint, stay with the faintness. Nothing needs to be improved. Let the breath be exactly as it is. And as you remain here, you may begin to notice something subtle. The mind wants to move. It drifts away. It follows a thought. It creates a story. This is not a problem. It is the nature of the mind to move. So when you notice it has wandered, pause for a moment. Not to correct, not to criticize. Just to see, the mind moved. And in that seeing, there is already awareness. Then gently return, back to the breath, again and again. Each return is simple, unforced, kind. There is no need to rush back, no need to pull the mind. Just guide it, like you would guide something fragile. Over time, the attention begins to settle, not because you force it to stay, but because it is no longer being pulled so strongly. The breath becomes a quiet anchor, a place to rest. And as attention stabilizes, something begins to change. You are no longer chasing every thought. You are no longer lost in every feeling. There is a small distance now, not separation, but clarity. You begin to see the difference between what is happening and the reaction to what is happening. A thought arises, and instead of becoming it, you see it. A sensation appears, Instead of resisting it, you allow it. This is the beginning of freedom. Not freedom from experience, but freedom within experience. Stay with the breath. In and out. Notice how each breath is different. No two breaths are the same. Some are longer, some are shorter. Some are smooth, some are uneven, constantly changing. This is the nature of all things. Not fixed, not permanent. Even the breath, so simple, so familiar, is always new. And as you see this, you begin to understand something deeper. There is nothing here to hold on to. If you try to hold a breath, it is already gone. If you try to repeat a moment, it has already changed. And yet, the mind still tries. It wants to keep what is pleasant. It wants to avoid what is unpleasant. This movement, this subtle grasping, is where tension begins. You may feel it even now, a slight tightening, a quiet wanting. Just notice it. Not to remove it, but to understand it. And as it is seen clearly, it begins to soften on its own. Because what is seen clearly does not need to be controlled. It begins to lose its hold. Return again to the breath. Let it be your home base, a place you can always come back to, not as an escape, but as a way of being present. Feel the breath entering. Feel the breath leaving. Simple, direct. No interpretation. And as you stay here, notice the space around the breath, the quiet moments between, a brief pause, a gentle stillness. You do not need to hold that pause. You do not need to extend it. Just recognize it. It comes on its own. It goes on its own, just like everything else. Thoughts arise and pass. Sensations arise and pass. Breath arises and passes. Nothing remains. And yet, something knows all of this. A quiet awareness. Not something you create. Not something you control. It is already here. Always here. Even when the mind is busy. Even when you feel distracted. Awareness is still present. You are simply learning to notice it, and the breath helps you return to that noticing. Again and again. There is no need to reach a special state. No need to become perfectly still. Even restlessness can be known. Even discomfort can be known. And in that knowing, there is space. Space for things to be as they are. Without resistance, without holding. Stay with this gentle rhythm, breathing, knowing. Breathing, knowing. Nothing extra, just this. And now, let the field of awareness open a little wider, not leaving the breath, but no longer limited to it. The breath is still here, rising and falling. But it is just one part of a larger experience. Allow whatever appears to be known. A sound in the distance. A sensation in the body. A subtle shift in posture. Each one arrives on its own. Each one leaves on its own. You do not need to invite anything. You do not need to push anything away. Just let experience come to you. And as it comes, notice how the mind often moves quickly. It names. It compares. It judges. This is pleasant. This is not pleasant. This should stay. This should go. See this movement gently not as something wrong, but as something learned over time. The mind has been trained to divide the world, to sort, to label, to control. But for now, you are learning a different way. A way of seeing without adding. So when a sensation appears, feel it directly. Warmth, pressure, tingling. No need to call it anything. Just the raw experience. And when a sound appears, hear it as sound, not as a story, not as a disturbance, just vibration, coming and going. And when a thought appears, notice it as a thought, not as truth, not as identity, just a movement in the mind, passing through. You do not need to follow it. You do not need to complete it. It begins and it ends, just like the breath, just like any sensation. Everything shares the same nature, appearing, changing, disappearing. Nothing stays long enough to become solid. And as this becomes clearer, the experience begins to feel lighter, less fixed, less heavy. Because what you once believed to be solid is now seen as fluid, even discomfort. If there is tension in the body, bring awareness to it. Not to remove it, but to understand it. Feel its edges, its texture, its movement. Is it truly stable? Or is it shifting moment by moment? Stay curious, not analytical, but open. And you may notice even discomfort is not constant. It pulses, it changes, it fades, even slightly. And in that seeing, something relaxes. Because you are no longer fighting what is here. You are allowing it to reveal its nature. This is where a deeper understanding begins. Suffering is not only in the sensation, it is in the resistance to the sensation, the tightening, the pushing away, the wanting it to be different. And when resistance softens, even difficult experiences begin to lose their weight. Not because they disappear immediately, but because you are no longer adding to them. Stay with this openness. Let the breath continue in the background, a quiet reference point. But now, awareness is wider. It includes the body, the sounds, the thoughts, all held in a gentle space. Nothing excluded. Nothing emphasized too strongly. Balanced. And within this balance, notice the mind itself. Not the content of thoughts, but the movement of thinking. A thought begins. It forms. It fades. Another one follows. Like waves on water, you do not need to stop the waves. You only need to see that they are waves and not the whole ocean. In the same way, thoughts are not the whole of your experience. They are just one part, and when they are seen in this way, they begin to lose their authority. You no longer have to believe every thought. You no longer have to react to every impulse. There is space now. Space to observe. Space to choose. Space to rest. And in this space, you may notice something very quiet. A sense of being aware. Not as a thought, not as a concept, but as a simple knowing. Always present, even when the mind is busy, even when attention moves. This knowing remains. It does not come and go in the same way that experiences do. It is like the background in which everything appears. You do not need to grasp it. You do not need to define it. Just recognize it gently, and then continue to observe. Breath, sensation, sound, thought, all appearing in this open field, nothing needing to be held, nothing needing to be rejected. Just this continuous unfolding, moment after moment. Simple, direct, alive. Now, gently shift your attention not away from experience, but deeper into it. Not just what is happening, but how it is happening. A thought appears. Before you can hold it, it is already moving. A feeling arises, soft or intense, but never still. Notice this flow. Nothing is fixed. Nothing stays in one place. Even what feels strong is changing beneath the surface. So instead of following each thought, watch how it forms. It begins quietly, a word, an image, a memory. Then it grows. It pulls attention. And then, without asking you, it fades. Another thought comes. This is the nature of the mind. Not a solid thing, but a stream. And you are beginning to see the stream instead of being carried by it. Let thoughts come. Let them go. No need to complete them. No need to understand them. Just recognize a thought is here, and then it is gone. Now notice emotions. A subtle feeling in the chest, a heaviness in the body, a lightness or a warmth. Do not name it too quickly. Do not reduce it to a label. Stay with the raw feeling. How does it move? Does it stay the same? Or is it shifting, even in small ways? Stay close to the experience. And you may begin to see even emotions are not stable. They rise, they change, they dissolve, sometimes slowly, sometimes quickly, but always moving. Nothing is frozen. Even discomfort, which once felt overwhelming, is now seen as a series of changing sensations, not one solid block, but many small movements. And when seen this way, it becomes lighter. Not because it disappears instantly, but because it is no longer seen as permanent. This is a quiet but deep shift. What was once my feeling becomes simply a feeling. What was once my thought becomes simply a thought. No owner, no center. Just events happening in awareness. And as this becomes clearer, the sense of being trapped begins to loosen, because what changes cannot truly hold you. Stay here, watching the flow. thoughts, feelings, sensations, all moving, all appearing, all disappearing. Now notice something even more subtle. The mind may try to hold on to certain experiences. A pleasant feeling arises, and there is a quiet wish for it to stay. An unpleasant sensation appears, and there is a subtle resistance. See this movement clearly, the grasping, the pushing away. This is where tension begins, not in the experience itself, but in the reaction to it. And as you observe this, without judgment, something starts to soften. Because the reaction, when seen clearly, loses its strength. It no longer needs to be acted on. You do not need to follow every preference. You do not need to resist every discomfort. You can simply watch. And in that watching, there is space. Space between the experience and the reaction. In that space, there is freedom. Not a dramatic freedom, but a quiet one. A gentle ease. Stay with this seeing. Let the breath continue in the background. Steady, natural, and allow the mind to reveal itself, not as something to fix, but as something to understand, a process, a flow, not a solid identity, not a fixed self, just movements, arising, passing. And as you sit with this, you may notice something surprising. There is no need to control the mind, because the mind is already changing on its own. You do not need to stop thoughts. They stop by themselves. You do not need to remove emotions. They move and dissolve naturally. Everything is already in motion. And in seeing this, the effort to control begins to fade. You no longer need to hold things together, because there is nothing here that can be held. Only movement, only change, only this unfolding. And as this is seen, even faintly, a lightness begins to emerge, a sense that you do not have to struggle with each moment, that you can let life move as it is, and simply be here, aware, watching, not separate from the flow, but not lost in it either, just present, just knowing. And in this knowing, there is a quiet peace, not created, not forced, but revealed when nothing is being held. Now, let everything be just as it is. No adjustment, no correction. If the breath is calm, let it be calm. If the breath is uneven, let it be uneven. If the body feels light, let it be light. If there is discomfort, let it be there. Nothing needs to be changed. Notice how the mind still moves quietly. It leans toward what feels good. It pulls away from what feels difficult. This movement is very subtle, almost invisible at times. But if you look closely, you can feel it. A slight reaching, a gentle resistance. Not strong, but constant. And this constant movement, this leaning and pushing, creates tension, even when things seem calm. So now, do something very simple. Stop leaning. Not by force, but by seeing. When a pleasant feeling appears, notice the wish to hold it. Do not follow that wish. Just see it. Let the pleasant feeling come and let it go, without adding anything, without trying to extend it. And when something unpleasant appears, notice the urge to move away, the tightening, the quiet resistance. Do not fight the resistance, just see it. Let the discomfort be felt as it is, without pushing it out. You may notice something surprising. When you stop resisting, the discomfort changes, not always disappearing, but no longer solid. It becomes a movement, a wave, and waves always rise and fall. Nothing holds its shape. Stay with this understanding. There is no need to search for a better experience. No need to create a special state. What is here is enough to be seen. And in this seeing, something relaxes deeply, because the search itself is a form of tension. The search says, this moment is not enough. This feeling is not right. Something else is needed. And that quiet dissatisfaction is where unease begins. So for now, let go of searching, not as an effort, but as a recognition. There is nothing missing in this moment, even if the mind says otherwise. Stay with what is here: breath, sensation, thought, all moving, all changing, and none of it needs to be fixed. Now notice something deeper. When you do not cling and you do not resist, there is a sense of openness, a space, not created by you, but revealed when effort falls away. In this space, experience flows freely. Nothing gets stuck. Thoughts pass through. Feelings pass through. Even the sense of self becomes lighter, less solid, because what you once called me is also changing. A thought about yourself appears, and then it fades. a feeling about yourself arises, and then it dissolves. So what is truly fixed? Look carefully. Is there anything that remains the same? Or is everything in motion? And if everything is moving, what is there to hold on to? What is there to defend? This is not something you need to answer with words. Just observe. Stay with the direct experience. And in this observation, a quiet understanding grows. Holding creates tension. Resisting creates tension. But when both are absent, there is ease. Not because life becomes perfect, but because you are no longer fighting the way it unfolds. Stay here. No grasping, no pushing away. Just awareness, resting in what is. And as you continue, notice how simple everything becomes. Breath, coming and going. Sensation, appearing and disappearing. Thought, arising and fading. Nothing complicated. Only the mind tries to make it complicated. But when you stop adding, stop interfering, everything returns to its natural simplicity. Stay with that simplicity. No need to name it. No need to understand it fully. Just feel it. A quiet balance. Not leaning forward, not pulling back. Just here. And in this balance, there is a subtle peace. Not dramatic, not overwhelming, but steady. A peace that does not depend on conditions, because it comes from not clinging to conditions. Let yourself rest here for a few more moments. Nothing to do, nothing to become. Just this gentle knowing, this open awareness, this simple presence. Now, allow everything to settle into a deeper simplicity. No method to follow. No direction to hold. Just this quiet knowing. Breath is happening. Sensation is happening. Thought is happening. And all of it is being known. Not by effort, not by control, just known. Let awareness rest in itself, not focusing on one thing, not excluding anything. Open, spacious. If a sound appears, it is known. If a thought appears, it is known. If the body shifts, it is known. No need to move toward anything. No need to move away. Just this gentle presence. And in this presence, notice how little needs to be done. Experience is already unfolding on its own. You are not creating the next moment. You are not deciding what comes next. Things arise, things pass naturally. And as you rest here, you may begin to sense something subtle. There is knowing. But where is the one who knows? Look carefully. Is there a center? A fixed point behind the experience? Or is there just knowing itself? Thoughts arise, but they are seen. Sensations appear, but they are felt. And yet, there is no solid someone doing all of this. Just the process, just the unfolding. This is not something to think about. It is something to notice directly. No controller, no owner. Only experience, knowing itself. And when this is seen, even for a moment, there is a deep release. Because there is nothing to hold together, nothing to maintain, nothing to protect. Life is already moving without needing a manager. Stay here. Let awareness be open. Let everything come and go. No interference. Even the sense of I am meditating can be seen. A thought, a subtle idea, appearing and disappearing. No need to hold on to it. Let it pass like everything else. Now, rest even more deeply, not doing anything, not watching in a tense way, just being. Simple, effortless. If the mind becomes quiet, let it be quiet. If the mind becomes busy, let it be busy. Nothing needs to be different. Everything is allowed. And in this allowance, there is a quiet freedom, not created, not achieved, just revealed. Because nothing is being resisted, nothing is being held. Stay with this openness. Let time pass without counting. Let experience move without measuring. Just this moment. Alive, unfolding. And you, not separate from it. Just part of the flow. Now, slowly, sense the simplicity of this state. No layers, no complexity. Just knowing and what is known. And even that distinction begins to soften. Because knowing and experience are not two separate things. They arise together. They dissolve together. Nothing stands alone. Everything is interconnected, flowing, and in this flow, there is nothing solid to cling to, nothing stable to defend. And so, without effort, the mind begins to let go, not because you force it, but because there is nothing to hold. Just this. Now, as this first hour comes to a close, notice what is here, not as an achievement, not as a result, but as a simple recognition. You did not create this moment. You did not build this awareness. It was here all along, covered perhaps by effort, by control, by trying. And when those fall away, what remains is a natural ease, a quiet stillness. Not frozen, not rigid, but alive, responsive, at peace without needing peace. So there is nothing to reach, nothing to complete, nothing to hold on to as you move forward. Just remember this gently. When nothing is forced, when nothing is resisted, a calm is already present. Not something you make happen, not something you earn, but something that reveals itself when you stop interfering. Let that understanding settle softly. No need to grasp it. No need to remember every word. Just feel the truth of it in your own experience. And carry this quiet seeing into the next moment. Nothing extra, just this simple, open awareness. Let the breath come into awareness without effort. Not searching for it, just noticing it is already here. A gentle movement, rising, falling. Nothing dramatic, nothing special. Just a quiet rhythm continuing on its own. Stay with that rhythm, softly, patiently. Feel the breath where it is most natural for you. Perhaps in the belly, expanding and releasing. Or in the chest, lifting and settling. Or at the nose, a faint touch of air. There is no correct place, only the place where it can be felt. Let attention rest there. Not tight, not loose, balanced. And as you stay with the breath, notice how it changes. No two breaths are the same. Some are deeper, some are lighter. Some feel smooth, some feel uneven. Each one different. This is the nature of experience, always moving, always shifting. Even something as simple as breathing is never fixed. And as you see this, the idea of control begins to soften. Because what is constantly changing cannot be held in place. Now, remain with the breath, but without narrowing too much. Let the body still be included. The weight, the contact with the ground, the subtle movements inside, all of it held together in one field of awareness, nothing separated. Breath and body moving as one process. And as you rest here, notice again the mind. It may drift. It may wander. A thought appears. A memory. A plan. You may find yourself following it for a few moments. And then, suddenly, you realize the mind has moved. In that moment, pause gently. There is no mistake here, just awareness returning. And with that awareness, you come back. Back to the breath, back to the body. No judgment, no frustration, just a simple return, again and again. This returning is the heart of the practice. Not staying perfectly focused, but recognizing when you are not. Each time you notice, clarity is present. And each time you return, you strengthen that clarity. Over time, the movement of the mind becomes easier to see. Not because it stops, but because you are no longer lost in it. You begin to stand at the edge of the stream, watching it flow, instead of being carried away. Stay here. Breath, body, awareness. Now notice something more subtle. The mind not only wanders, it also reacts. It prefers certain experiences. It resists others. A pleasant breath, and there is a quiet desire for it to continue. A slightly uncomfortable sensation, and there is a wish for it to end. These movements are very natural. But now you are learning to see them, not to stop them, but to understand them. Notice the desire to hold. Notice the impulse to push away. Both are movements of the mind. Both create tension, and both can be observed. Just like the breath, just like any sensation. So when a preference appears, do not follow it. Just see it. A wanting is here, and then it passes. A resistance is here, and then it softens. Everything moves. Nothing stays. Now return again to the breath. Let it anchor you, but not restrict you. A gentle center, in and out. And as you stay with this, notice the pauses, the brief stillness at the end of the inhale, the quiet space before the next breath begins. Do not hold these pauses. Do not extend them. Just notice them. They appear on their own. They disappear on their own. Just like everything else. In these small spaces, there is no effort, no movement, just a simple stillness. And in that stillness, you may sense something very quiet, a kind of ease, not created, not controlled, just there when nothing is being done. Let that ease be. Do not try to hold it, because even that would become effort. Just recognize it and let it pass. Now, expand your awareness again. Include the whole body, the breath, the mind, all together. One continuous experience, no separation. And within this, see how everything arises. A sensation appears. It changes. It fades. A thought arises. It develops. It disappears. A feeling comes. It moves. It dissolves. Nothing remains fixed. This is not a theory. It is directly observable, right here. And as you continue to observe, a deeper understanding begins to form. There is no solid ground in these experiences, nothing stable to hold on to. And yet, we often try. We try to hold what feels good. We try to reject what feels bad. And in that effort, there is tension. This tension is the root of unease, not because life is difficult, but because we resist its nature. So now, experiment with letting go of that resistance. Not by force, but by seeing clearly. Let the breath come and go. Let sensations rise and fall. Let thoughts appear and disappear without interference, without control. Just this gentle knowing. And as you stay here, you may begin to feel a subtle shift, less effort, less struggle. A quiet softening. Not something dramatic, not something to hold on to. Just a natural result of not interfering. Stay with this simplicity. Nothing extra. Just breathing. Just sensing. Just knowing. Now, notice again how the sense of self appears. A thought says, I am breathing. A feeling says, this is happening to me. But look closely. The breath is happening. The sensation is happening. The thought is also happening. All of them arise in the same way. None of them are owned. None of them are controlled. They simply appear. And when seen this way, the sense of a solid I begins to loosen. Not disappearing suddenly, but becoming lighter, more fluid, less fixed. Just another experience, arising and passing. Stay with this observation, not thinking about it, but feeling it directly. Breath happening. Sensation happening. Thought happening. All within awareness. And awareness itself is not something you create. It is already here, always here. Even when you forget, even when the mind is busy, it remains. You are simply learning to notice it, and as you notice it, more often, more clearly, the need to control begins to fade. Because everything is already unfolding on its own. Stay here. No rush, no goal. Just this moment, as it is, alive, changing, and known. Let attention rest on that small point, as if it has found a quiet place to settle. Not holding it tightly, not drifting away, just gently staying. A simple contact, a faint sensation. Nothing more is needed. Feel the subtle touch of the breath, right where it is most clear. Perhaps a soft movement in the belly. Perhaps a coolness at the nose. Stay with that, not following the breath as a whole, just knowing this one point, this one moment. And as you remain here, notice how simple this is. There is only sensation, only knowing. No need to think about it. No need to describe it. Just direct experience. If the sensation becomes faint, do not chase it. Stay with the faintness. If it becomes clearer, do not hold on to it. Stay with the clarity. Everything is allowed to change. And as you stay with this point, the mind may still wander. It may leave the breath without you noticing at first. Then, suddenly, you realize attention is somewhere else. In that moment, pause gently. There is no need to rush back. Just recognize attention has moved. And with that recognition, return back to the point, back to the breath, softly, like placing a feather down. No force, no pressure. And this returning again and again is enough. You do not need to do anything more. Over time, this simple movement begins to change the way you relate to the mind. You are no longer trying to control it. You are learning to understand it. The mind moves, and you see it move. The mind wanders, and you notice the wandering. This is clarity. Not because the mind is still, but because it is seen. Stay with the breath. Feel the small point of contact. and out. Each moment fresh. Each moment new. And as you remain here, notice how even this small sensation is not stable. It flickers. It shifts. Sometimes more clear, sometimes less. Always changing. This is the nature of all experience. Even the most subtle point cannot be held still. And as this is seen, the urge to control begins to fade. Because there is nothing to control. Only movement, only change. Now, let the attention soften slightly. Still resting on the breath, but not so narrow. Allow a little more space. The breath is still central, but other things may begin to appear. A sound in the distance. A sensation in the body. Do not push them away. Let them come. But do not leave the breath completely. Let the breath remain as a quiet anchor. And everything else moves around it. This is a gentle balance, not rigid focus, not scattered awareness, just a soft stability. And within this stability, notice again the mind. It reacts, it comments, it compares. A breath feels pleasant, and there is a quiet liking. A sensation feels uncomfortable, and there is a subtle resistance. See these movements clearly, not as problems, but as patterns. The mind leaning toward, leaning away. This leaning is very small, but it creates tension. So now, just observe it. A liking is known. A disliking is known. Nothing needs to be done, because when it is seen clearly, it begins to lose its strength. Return again to the breath. Let it ground you. A small point, a simple sensation. Nothing complex. And in this simplicity, there is ease. not because everything is perfect, but because nothing extra is being added. Now notice the rhythm again. The breath comes, the breath goes. No effort, no control, just happening. And as you stay with this, you may begin to feel a quiet settling. Not forced, not created, just a natural result of staying with what is simple. The mind may still move, but it does not pull you as strongly, because you have somewhere to return, again and again. And each return is a moment of waking up, a moment of clarity, a moment of presence. This is enough. You do not need to hold the breath perfectly. You do not need to stay focused without interruption. Just keep returning, kindly, gently, patiently. And over time, the space between thoughts becomes more visible. The movement of the mind becomes more transparent. And the breath, simple and steady, remains here, always available, always present. A quiet place to rest. Stay with it now. Just this small point. Just this gentle knowing. Nothing more. And as this constant change becomes clearer, notice how the mind begins to respond. It wants something to stay. It wants something to be different. A pleasant sound appears, and there is a quiet wish for it to continue. A discomfort in the body appears, and there is a subtle resistance. These movements are very natural. But now you are beginning to see them, not as something to fix, but as something to understand. The mind is trying to find stability in a world that is always moving. And this is where tension begins. Not because change is a problem, but because we resist the fact of change. Stay with this observation. Let awareness include everything. The breath, the body, the sounds, the thoughts, all of it arising and passing. Nothing held, nothing rejected. And within this open field, notice how experience flows. A sound appears, vibrates for a moment, then fades into silence. A sensation in the body pulses, shifts, dissolves. A thought arises, forms an image, then disappears. Each one following the same pattern, beginning, changing, ending. Over and over again. And as you observe this pattern, something begins to soften inside. The need for things to be fixed. The need for things to stay the same. Because you are seeing directly that nothing stays, not even for a moment. Even what seems continuous is made of tiny changes, moment by moment. Stay close to this experience, not thinking about it, but feeling it. Let the body be felt from within. A field of sensations, not a solid object, a moving process, vibrating, shifting, alive. And as you feel this, notice how the sense of solidity begins to loosen. The body is not one fixed thing. It is many changing sensations. The breath is not one continuous action. It is a series of small movements. The mind is not one stable entity. It is a stream of thoughts. Everything is a process. Nothing is fixed. Now, allow awareness to become even more inclusive. No center, no edge. Just openness. Experience appears within this openness and disappears back into it. Nothing remains. Nothing accumulates. Like waves on the surface of water, they rise, they fall, they leave no trace. Stay with this image, not as imagination, but as a way of sensing directly. Each moment is like a wave, appearing and dissolving, and there is no need to hold on to any wave, because the next one is already forming, and the next, a continuous unfolding. And as you rest in this unfolding, notice how the sense of control begins to fade, because what is constantly changing cannot be controlled in a fixed way. You are not directing each sound. You are not creating each sensation. You are not choosing each thought. They arise on their own, and they pass on their own. So what is there to control? Look carefully. Is there anything here that you can truly hold still? Or is everything moving on its own? Stay with the direct experience. Breath changing. Body changing. Mind changing. All within awareness. And awareness itself does not need to interfere. It simply knows. Now notice something even more subtle. The sense of inside and outside. A sound seems to be outside. A sensation seems to be inside, but both are known in the same way. Both appear in awareness. So where is the boundary? Look gently. Is there a clear line between inside and outside? Or is there just experience appearing in one field? And if there is no clear boundary, what happens to the sense of separation? This is not something to answer. Just observe. Let the question dissolve into direct seeing. Everything appearing in one continuous flow. No division, no separation. Just this unfolding. Now, as awareness remains open, notice again the reactions of the mind. A pleasant experience, and there is a subtle reaching. An unpleasant experience, and there is a quiet resistance. These reactions are part of the flow. They also arise and pass, just like everything else. So include them as well. A reaction is here. It is known. It changes. It fades. Nothing excluded, everything included. This is a deeper openness, not choosing what to observe, but allowing all to be seen. And in this openness, there is a natural balance. Nothing is pushed away. Nothing is held too tightly. Everything is allowed to be as it is. Stay with this balance. Feel how it softens the body, how it quiets the mind. Not by force, but by non-interference. Now, notice the simplicity of this. Experience is happening. Awareness is knowing. That is all. No need to add anything. No need to take anything away. Just this continuous flow. And as you rest here, the mind may still try to find something stable, something to hold on to. But each time it looks, it finds only change, only movement. And slowly, it begins to let go. Not because you tell it to, but because it sees clearly. There is nothing to hold. Nothing that stays. And in this letting go, there is a quiet release, a lightness. Not dramatic, not overwhelming, but steady. A gentle ease that comes from not resisting the nature of experience. Stay here, open, aware. Let everything come and go, like clouds in the sky. No need to follow. No need to push away. Just watching. Just knowing. And in this knowing, there is a quiet peace. Not because everything is perfect, but because nothing is being held against its nature. Everything is allowed to change. Everything is allowed to pass. And you are here, present, aware, resting in the flow of what is. Now, stay very close to this moment and notice the reaction as it begins. Not after it has already taken over, but right at the start. A sound appears. Almost instantly, there is a subtle liking or a quiet resistance. A sensation in the body arises. There is a soft tightening or a gentle leaning toward it. A thought comes, and the mind begins to follow, to build, to continue. See this movement clearly. Not the content, but the reaction itself. A pull, a push. Very small, but very powerful. This is where tension forms. Not in the sound, not in the sensation, not in the thought, but in the way the mind meets it. Stay with that meeting point. A feeling arises, and the mind says, "This should not be here." Notice the contraction. Where do you feel it? In the chest? In the stomach? In the breath? Just observe. No need to remove the contraction. Just see it. And as it is seen, notice how it begins to shift. Not because you change it, but because it is no longer hidden. Now a pleasant sensation appears. Warmth, ease, softness, and the mind leans in. A quiet wanting for it to stay. See that too. The grasping, the subtle holding. Even this creates tension, because what is held is already changing, and the holding cannot keep up with the change. So there is strain. Stay with this understanding. Both pushing away and holding on create unease. Different movements, but the same result. Now, instead of following these reactions, simply include them in awareness. A reaction is here. It is known. No need to stop it. No need to complete it. Just see it as another event, like a sound, like a sensation. It arises, it changes, it fades. And when it is not fed, it loses its strength. Notice this directly. A resistance appears. You see it. And without adding anything, it begins to soften. A craving appears. You notice it. And without following it, it dissolves. Not always instantly, but naturally. Because reactions, like all things, are not stable. They depend on conditions. And when those conditions are not reinforced, they pass. Stay here, observing the reactions. Not as something personal, but as patterns, conditioned movements. They arise based on past habits. They repeat without needing to be chosen. And when seen clearly, they begin to lose their grip. Because they are no longer automatic. There is space now. Space between experience and reaction. In that space, there is freedom. Not a freedom that removes experience, but a freedom that allows you to remain present without being pulled or pushed. Stay with that space. Feel how it opens. Breath continues. Sensation continues. Thought continues. And reactions come and go. But you are not inside them anymore. You are aware of them. And in that awareness, there is a quiet stability. Not rigid, not fixed, but steady. Now notice something deeper. Even the reaction itself is not owned. It arises on its own. You did not choose it. It appears just like a sound appears. Just like a sensation appears. And it disappears in the same way. So where is the owner? Look gently. Is there someone inside creating each reaction? Or are they simply happening? Stay with the direct experience. A reaction arises. It is known. passes. No controller needed. No owner found. Just the process. And as this is seen, even the sense of being responsible for every movement begins to soften. Not in a careless way, but in a clear way. You begin to see that much of what happens is not under personal control. It is conditioned. It is arising from many causes. And in seeing this, there is less blame, less struggle, more understanding. Stay with this understanding, not as an idea, but as something felt. Reactions arise. Reactions pass. Nothing stays. Nothing needs to be held. And when you stop holding, something opens. A deeper ease. A gentler presence. Now, rest here for a few moments. Let reactions come. Let them go. Without interference. Without resistance. Without following. Just awareness, quietly knowing. And in this knowing, there is a freedom that does not depend on what arises, because it comes from not being caught by what arises. Stay with that. Simple, clear, open. Now, let this understanding deepen, gently, without forcing it. Not trying to remove anything, but allowing the sense of a center to soften on its own. A thought appears. It is known. A sensation arises. It is felt. A sound comes. It is heard. All of this is happening. And yet, look closely. Where is the one who is doing the knowing? Is it located somewhere in the body? In the head? In the chest? Or is there just knowing itself, without a fixed location? Stay with the experience, not the idea. Knowing is happening, but the knower cannot be found. It seems to be there, but when you look directly, it dissolves, like a reflection in water, visible but not solid. Let this be seen quietly. No need to conclude anything. No need to define it. Just observe. A thought says, "I am watching." Notice that thought. It appears like any other thought, and then it passes. So even the idea of "I am observing" is just another movement, not a center, not a controller, just a thought. Stay with that clarity. Experience is unfolding. Awareness is present. But there is no fixed observer behind it all. Only the process. Now, feel the body again. Sensations arise. Pressure, warmth, movement. They are known. But are they known by someone? Or are they simply known? Let the question remain open, not answered by the mind, but explored through direct experience. Everything continues. Breath flows. Sounds come and go. Thoughts appear and disappear. And all of it is known. Without effort, without control. Notice how effortless this is. You are not making awareness happen. It is already happening. You are not creating experience. It is already unfolding. And when you stop trying to locate a center behind it all, what remains is a sense of openness. No boundary, no fixed point, just a field of experience, alive and changing. Now, notice something subtle. When there is a strong sense of I, there is tension, a need to control, a need to protect. But when that sense softens, the tension softens as well, because there is no longer a center to defend, just experience, moving freely. Stay with that freedom, not as a concept, but as a feeling, light, open, unburdened. Now, even the sense of effort begins to fade. There is no one trying to meditate. Meditation is simply happening. Breath is happening. Awareness is happening. And you are not separate from it. You are not outside looking in. You are the very flow of what is happening. Not as an identity, but as a process. A continuous unfolding. Now, Notice how this changes the way you experience everything. A sound appears. Without a center, there is no resistance. It is just sound. A sensation arises. Without a center, there is no grasping. It is just sensation. A thought comes. Without a center, there is no attachment. It is just a thought. Everything becomes lighter. Not because things disappear, but because nothing is being held as mine. Stay with this openness. Let everything arise. Let everything pass. No need to interfere. Now, notice the sense of space. Not physical space, but a sense of openness in awareness. Everything appears within this space. Sounds, sensations, thoughts, all floating like clouds in the sky. And the sky does not hold on to them. It does not push them away. It simply allows. In the same way, awareness allows everything to appear and disappear. Without effort, without control. Stay as this openness, not as an idea, but as a direct experience. And within this openness, there is no fixed center, no solid self holding everything together. Just a dynamic flow. Now, notice how this affects your relationship with experience. Without a center, there is less fear. Because there is nothing fixed that can be harmed. Without a center, there is less craving. Because there is nothing solid that needs to be completed. Everything is already whole as it is. Stay with that sense of wholeness. Not something added, but something revealed when the idea of separation falls away. Now, even the idea of letting go becomes unnecessary. Because there is no one holding on. Things are simply passing, naturally, effortlessly. Stay with this simplicity. Breath happening, sensation happening, thought happening, all within awareness. No center, no edge, just this. And as you rest here, notice how peaceful it feels. Not a dramatic peace, not something intense, but a quiet ease, a gentle stillness that does not depend on anything being different. Everything can continue. Sounds can come. Thoughts can arise. Sensations can shift. And this openness remains unaffected. Not because it resists, but because it does not hold. Stay here for a few more moments. Let this be enough. No need to understand fully. No need to remember. Just experience it directly. And as you continue, this understanding will deepen on its own, not through effort, but through seeing, again and again, until it becomes natural, effortless, just like the breath, just like awareness, just like this moment. Now, let everything be exactly as it is. No need to focus. No need to return anywhere. Awareness is already here, open, wide, like a vast sky without edges. And within this space, everything appears. A sound arises. It moves through and fades. A sensation appears. It shifts and dissolves. A thought forms. It lingers for a moment, then disappears. Nothing needs to be done. Just allow. Let experience unfold on its own. No interference, no adjustment. Notice how natural this is. Breathing happens. Hearing happens. Thinking happens. All without effort. And in the same way, awareness does not need to try. It is already present. Now, feel the openness again. Not something you create, but something that is revealed when effort relaxes. There is space for everything, even for restlessness, even for stillness. Nothing is excluded. And because nothing is excluded, there is no tension, no conflict, just a quiet allowing. Now, let the body be included in this openness. Sensations come and go. Pressure, warmth, subtle movement. They appear in the same space. They are not separate from it. And the breath, it continues, rising, falling. No need to follow it now. Just let it be part of the whole. Now notice the mind. Thoughts still arise. Images, memories, fragments of words. They move through awareness like clouds through the sky. They do not stay, and they do not need to be pushed away. They leave on their own, because nothing here is fixed. Everything is in motion. This is the nature of experience, changing, unstable. Even the sense of calm is not permanent. Even the sense of openness is not something to hold. Let it come, let it go. No need to make it last. Now, feel how light this is. When nothing is held, nothing becomes heavy. When nothing is resisted, nothing becomes a burden. Experience flows freely, and you are not standing against it. You are not trying to stop it. You are not trying to shape it. Just allowing it to be as it is. Now, notice something subtle. Even the idea of "I am allowing" can soften. Because allowing is happening on its own. Just like breathing. Just like hearing. No doer is required, only the process. And as this is seen, a deeper ease begins to appear. Not created, not achieved, but uncovered. Because the effort to control has relaxed. Now, rest in this. No need to understand it fully. No need to describe it. Just feel it. This openness, this ease, this simple presence. Now, if a thought comes that tries to name this, notice that too. A thought saying, "This is calm," or "This is peaceful." Let that thought pass. No need to define the experience, because any definition is already behind the moment. Stay with what is immediate, direct, alive. Now, let everything continue. Sounds may change. Sensations may shift. Thoughts may arise. And all of it moves within this open space. Nothing sticks. Nothing stays. Everything leaves without a trace. Just like waves returning to the ocean. Now, feel the simplicity again. Nothing needs to be completed. There is no final state to reach. No special experience to hold on to. Only this continuous flow, moment by moment, appearing, disappearing. And when this is seen clearly, the need to control begins to fade, because there is nothing that can be held still, and nothing that needs to be held. Now, rest even deeper. Let go of any subtle effort to stay aware. Even that can relax. Awareness does not disappear. It remains naturally, effortlessly. So you can rest completely. No doing, no trying, just being. Now, feel how everything is happening on its own. The body sits. The breath flows. The mind moves. And awareness knows. All without a center. All without control. Just a seamless process. Now, let this understanding settle quietly. Not as a thought, but as a felt sense. A recognition of how things are. Nothing stays. Not a single experience can be kept. even the most pleasant fades. Even the most uncomfortable passes. This is the nature of all experience. And when this is fully seen, the urge to cling begins to soften. Because clinging cannot stop change. It can only create tension. So now there is less clinging, less resistance, more space, more ease. Now, notice how this affects the sense of self. When nothing is held, what remains to be called me? Experiences arise. They pass. But none of them stay long enough to become a fixed identity. Just a flow, changing, unstable, without a center. And in this, there is a quiet freedom. Not dramatic, not overwhelming, but simple. A freedom from needing to hold, to control, to define. Now, rest here. Let everything be. Let the flow continue. No need to interfere. No need to guide. Just this open space and everything within it. Now, gently begin to sense the whole experience again. The body, the breath, the sounds, all together, not separate, one continuous field. And within this field, nothing is fixed. Everything moves, everything changes. And you are not separate from this movement. You are not outside it. You are not in control of it. You are this unfolding. Now stay with that for a few more moments, quietly, gently, without effort. And as this hour comes to a close, there is nothing to finish, nothing to complete. No goal has been reached, and none was needed. Just this simple clarity. Everything comes, everything goes. Sensations arise and pass. Thoughts appear and disappear. States shift and change. Nothing can be kept. Nothing needs to be kept. And when the effort to hold falls away, a natural lightness appears, not created by you, but revealed when you stop resisting what is already happening. Just this flow, continuous, unfolding. And there is no longer a need to stand in the middle and control the current. The current moves, and you move with it. Or more precisely, there is only movement, no center, no resistance, just this. Now, let this sense of naturalness unfold on its own. No need to guide it. No need to shape it. Just notice how experience continues effortlessly. Breathing continues. Sensation continues. Thought continues. All of it moving without needing your control. And in seeing this, a quiet trust begins to appear. Not a belief, but a direct knowing. Life is already happening. You do not need to manage every moment. Stay with that feeling. The body is here, supported, grounded. The breath is here, simple, unfolding. And awareness is here, knowing all of this, without effort. Now, notice how the mind may still try to adjust things. A subtle movement, wanting the breath to feel a certain way. Wanting the body to be more relaxed. Wanting the mind to be more quiet. See that movement, not as a mistake, but as a habit, a learned pattern. The habit of trying to improve the moment. Now, gently let that habit soften. Nothing needs to be improved. This moment is already complete. Not perfect, but complete. Stay with that understanding. A sensation may be uncomfortable. Let it be there. A thought may be distracting. Let it be there. A feeling may be unclear. Let it be there. Everything is allowed. And because everything is allowed, nothing needs to fight for space. Now, feel how this changes the experience. When nothing is resisted, there is less tension. When nothing is forced, there is more ease. Not because everything feels good, but because nothing is being pushed away. Stay here. Let the moment be as it is. Now, notice again the nature of change. The breath is not the same as before. The body is not the same as before. The mind is not the same as before. Everything has shifted, even in subtle ways. And this shifting never stops. Moment by moment, everything transforms. This is not something to understand with thought. It is something to see directly. Stay with the flow. A sensation arises. It stays for a moment. It fades. A thought appears. It forms. It dissolves. Nothing stays. And because nothing stays, nothing can be held. Now, notice the natural response of the mind. When something pleasant appears, there is a leaning toward it. When something unpleasant appears, there is a leaning away. This movement is very subtle, but it creates tension. Now, instead of following it, just observe it. A liking is here. It is known. A disliking is here. It is known. No need to act on it. Just seeing it is enough. And as it is seen, it begins to loosen, because it is no longer automatic. There is space now, space to simply be with what is. Now, feel that space, not empty in a cold way, but open in a gentle way. A space where everything can appear and nothing needs to stay. Stay with that openness. Now, notice something deeper. Even the sense of I am here is part of the experience. It appears. It shifts. It is not fixed. Sometimes strong, sometimes faint. And when you look closely, it cannot be held either. Just another movement, just another appearance. Stay with that scene. No need to push the sense of self away. No need to hold on to it. Just include it like everything else. A thought of me arises. It is known. A feeling of I appears. It is felt. And then it changes. Nothing solid, nothing permanent, just a process. And as this is seen, a quiet release begins to happen. Not forced, not dramatic, but natural. Because what is not solid does not need to be defended. What is not permanent does not need to be secured. Now, rest in that understanding. Let everything continue. No need to interfere, no need to guide. Just awareness, open and steady. Now, bring a gentle attention back to the whole body. Not focusing tightly, but including it in awareness. The weight of the body, the contact with the ground, the subtle movements of breathing, all of it together, one continuous experience. And within this, everything is changing. Nothing stands still. Now, notice how this relates to tension. When the mind tries to hold something, tension appears. When the mind resists something, tension appears. But when there is no holding, no resisting, the tension softens. Not because you remove it, but because you stop feeding it. Stay with that softening. Let it happen on its own. Now, feel the breath again, not as an object to focus on, but as part of the whole. Rising, falling, simple. And within this simplicity, there is a quiet rhythm, a natural flow. Stay with that flow. Now, if the mind wanders, let it wander. And when you notice, just notice. No need to bring it back strongly. No need to correct anything. Just seeing is enough. Because seeing is already a return. Now, feel how gentle this is. There is no pressure to succeed, no goal to reach, just this ongoing awareness. Now, notice again the nature of experience. Everything arises based on conditions. A sound appears because something moves. A thought appears because the mind is active. A feeling appears because the body and mind interact. None of it is controlled. None of it is owned. Just conditions meeting conditions. And in this, There is no fixed center, no solid self behind everything, just a continuous unfolding. Now, stay with that unfolding. Let it be as it is. No need to name it. No need to define it. Just direct experience. Now, feel the ease again. Not because everything is calm, but because nothing is being forced. Even if there is movement, even if there is noise, there can still be ease. Because ease does not depend on the content of experience. It depends on the absence of struggle. Stay with that. No struggle. Just presence. Now, rest here for a few moments. Let everything happen. Let everything pass. No need to hold. No need to push away. Just this simple awareness. And as you continue, this way of seeing begins to deepen. Not through effort, but through familiarity. Again and again, you see the same truth. Everything changes. Nothing can be held. Nothing needs to be held. And in this seeing, there is a quiet freedom. A freedom from needing things to be different. A freedom from needing to control the flow. Now, stay with that freedom. Gentle, open, unforced, and let this moment be exactly as it is. Now, let the breath be exactly as it is. Not something to follow, not something to hold. Just a quiet movement happening on its own. Rising, falling, appearing, disappearing, like waves on water, forming and dissolving without effort. And as you rest here, notice how natural this is. The breath does not ask for permission. It does not wait for control. It simply happens. In the same way, Many things are already happening. Sounds are appearing. Sensations are shifting. Thoughts are forming. All moving on their own. Stay with that recognition. There is a quiet intelligence in this unfolding. Not something you create, but something you are part of. Now, notice how the body breathes. The chest expands. The belly softens. Air flows in. Air flows out. No instruction needed. No effort required. And even if attention moves away, the breath continues. It does not depend on you. Let that be seen clearly. Now, expand this understanding. Just as the breath happens, the body also functions. The heart beats. Blood flows. Cells renew. All without control. All without a central command that you can find. And in the same way, the mind also moves. A thought appears. Did you choose it? Or did it simply arise? Look closely. Before the thought appears, is there a moment where you decide its content? Or does it come already formed? Stay with this question gently. A thought arises. It is known. And then it passes. Just like the breath. Just like a sound. Just like a sensation. All of it unfolding. Now, notice how this changes your relationship with the mind. If thoughts arise on their own, then they do not need to be controlled. They can be seen like everything else. A thought comes. It stays briefly. It leaves. No need to follow, no need to resist. Just another wave. Now, stay with the whole field of experience. Breath moving, body sensing, mind thinking, all together. No separation. No need to focus on one thing. Just open awareness. Everything included. Now, feel how effortless this is. You are not holding awareness. Awareness is already present. You are not creating experience. Experience is already unfolding. And when this is seen, effort begins to fade. Not because you stop doing, but because doing is no longer needed. Everything continues perfectly on its own. Now, notice the sense of control. Is there something inside managing all of this? Look carefully. Breath happening. Sensation happening. Thought happening. Where is the controller? Stay with the direct experience. If control is there, it should be found. But when you look, there is only process, movement, change. No fixed center, no solid controller, just unfolding. Now, let this understanding settle, not as an idea, but as something felt. A lightness begins to appear, because when there is no controller, there is less pressure. No need to manage everything. No need to get it right. Just allowing life to move as it does. Now, notice the breath again. Still moving. Still flowing. Even when you are not paying attention, it continues. Just like the heart continues. Just like sounds continue. Life is happening, whether you follow it or not. And in seeing this, there is a quiet trust. Not a belief, but a direct recognition. Things are already moving. Now, rest in that trust. Let go of the need to guide the experience. Let go of the need to improve it. Just let it unfold. Now, feel the body again, not as something you control, but as something that is alive. Sitting, breathing, sensing, all on its own. And you are not separate from this. You are this living process, not as a fixed identity, but as a continuous flow. Now, notice how this affects tension. When there is a sense of control, there is pressure, a need to hold, a need to fix. But when control softens, pressure softens, because nothing needs to be forced. Everything is already happening. Now, stay with that ease, not created, not achieved, just revealed. Because the effort to control has relaxed. Now, notice the mind again. It may still produce thoughts about what is happening. This is calm. This is not calm. I am doing this right. I am not doing this right. See these thoughts. They arise like everything else. They are not commands. They are not truths, just movements. Let them come. Let them go. No need to follow. Now, rest again in the whole. Breath, moving. Body, sensing. Mind, thinking. Awareness, knowing. All together, one continuous flow. Now, notice how nothing is separate. The breath is not separate from the body. The body is not separate from sensation. Sensation is not separate from awareness. Everything is interwoven, dependent, connected, and in this there is no fixed boundary, no solid center, just a network of processes. Now, stay with this interconnectedness Let everything be included. Nothing left out. Nothing pushed away. Now, feel how natural this is. Nothing needs to be added. Nothing needs to be removed. Just this unfolding. Now, rest even deeper. Let go of any subtle effort to stay aware. Awareness remains on its own, effortlessly. Now, notice how quiet this is. Not silent in sound, but quiet in struggle. Nothing is being forced. Nothing is being resisted. Just a gentle allowing. Now, let everything continue. Sounds come and go. Sensations shift. Thoughts arise and pass. And all of it moves freely. No obstruction. Now, feel the lightness again. When nothing is controlled, nothing becomes heavy. When nothing is held, nothing becomes a burden. Just flow, continuous, effortless. Now, stay here. Let this understanding deepen. Not through thinking, but through seeing. Again and again. Everything is happening. Nothing needs to be controlled. Nothing needs to be owned. Just this living movement. Now, rest in that. Gently, open, without effort. Now, let this sense of no boundary become more familiar. Not something to think about, but something to feel directly. A sound appears. It is heard. A sensation arises. It is felt. A thought forms. It is known. All of this is happening in the same space, not separate, not divided. Just one continuous field of experience. And within this field, there is no clear line that says, this is inside, this is outside. Sound is not outside awareness. Sensation is not inside awareness. Everything appears in the same openness. Stay with that. Let the mind relax its habit of dividing. No need to label. No need to separate. Just allow everything to be included. Now, notice how the sense of me begins to shift. When everything is separate, there is a center, a point that says, this is me and that is not me. But when everything is seen as one flow, that center becomes less clear. Where does it begin? Where does it end? Look gently. Is the sound outside of you? Or is it simply known? Is the sensation inside of you? Or is it simply felt? Stay with the experience, not the idea. Everything is appearing, and there is no boundary that can be found. Now, notice how the sense of ownership begins to soften. A thought appears. Does it belong to you? Or is it simply arising? A sensation is felt. Is it owned? Or is it simply present? Look carefully. Ownership is an idea added after the experience. The experience itself does not say, "This is mine." It simply appears. And when this is seen, the sense of holding begins to loosen. Because what is not owned does not need to be held. Stay with that ease. Now, let everything continue. Sounds move through. Sensations shift. Thoughts arise and pass. All within the same openness. No separation. Now, notice how the body is included. The feeling of sitting, the contact with the ground, the subtle movements of breathing. All of this is part of the same field, not separate from sound, not separate from thought, just different expressions of the same unfolding. Now, feel how natural this is. No effort to hold it together. No effort to keep it stable. Everything is already moving in harmony. Now, notice again the nature of change. Nothing remains fixed. Even the sense of unity is not something to hold. It appears, it deepens, it shifts. Let it change. Do not try to keep it. Because even this is part of the flow. Now, stay open. Let everything arise. Let everything pass. No need to choose. No need to control. Just awareness, wide and inclusive. Now, notice how thoughts appear within this openness. They do not break the field. They are part of it. Like ripples on water, they move, but they do not divide. Stay with that understanding. Nothing is outside. Nothing is separate. Just one continuous movement. Now, notice how this affects the sense of identity. When everything is included, what remains as self? Is it the body? But the body is changing. Is it the thoughts? But thoughts come and go. Is it the feelings? But feelings shift. Look closely. None of these stay long enough to be a fixed self. Just a flow. Changing, unstable, without a center. Now, let this be seen gently. No need to reject the idea of self. No need to replace it. Just see that it is not solid. It appears like everything else, and it passes. Now, rest in that clarity, not as a conclusion, but as a direct seeing. Everything is happening. Nothing is fixed. Nothing is separate. Now, feel how this softens tension. When there is a strong sense of self, there is something to defend, something to protect. But when that sense becomes fluid, there is less to hold, less to guard. more openness, more ease. Now, stay with that openness. Let everything be included. No exclusion, no resistance. Just this continuous unfolding. Now, notice the flow again. Sound arising, passing. Sensation appearing, shifting. Thought forming, dissolving. All together, one movement. Now, let attention rest in the whole field. Not focusing on any single point. Just open awareness. Everything allowed. Now, notice how effortless this is. You are not holding the field. It is already here. You are not creating awareness. It is already present. Everything is already happening. Now, feel the stillness within movement. Not a stillness that stops change, but a stillness that allows change. A quiet presence that remains as everything moves. Stay with that. Now, notice how even the sense of observer is part of the field. A feeling of watching arises. It is known, and then it changes. Not a fixed observer, just another appearance. Now, let that go as well. No need to hold on to the idea of being the observer. Just awareness, open, without center. Now, feel how light this is. When there is no separation, there is no conflict. When there is no center, there is no pressure. Just flow. Now, rest here. Let everything continue. No need to interfere. No need to guide. Just this open field and everything within it. Now, notice again the absence of boundary. No inside, no outside, just experience. Now, let this understanding settle quietly, not as a belief, but as something felt. Again and again, you see the same truth. Everything is connected. Everything is changing. Nothing is separate. Now, stay with that. Gently, open, without effort. Now, stay very close to what is happening, moment by moment. a thought appears. Before it forms, did you choose it? Or did it arrive, already complete? Look carefully. It comes. It is known. It goes. No owner can be found. Now, a feeling begins to rise, perhaps a subtle warmth, perhaps a quiet unease. Did you create it? Or did it emerge on its own? Stay with the direct experience. It builds, it changes, it fades. Not controlled, not possessed, just happening. Now, feel the body, a pressure in the legs, a movement in the chest. Are these sensations yours, or are they simply present? Look closely. They arise based on conditions, contact, posture, breathing, and then they shift. No ownership is needed, just sensation, appearing and disappearing. Now, notice how the mind adds a layer. It says, my thought, my feeling, my body. But this is just language, just a habit. Look beneath the words. What is actually there? A thought, a sensation, a feeling, all moving, all changing, none of them staying long enough to become something solid. Now, stay with this seeing. A thought arises. It is known. No need to claim it. A feeling appears. It is felt. No need to own it. A sensation moves. It is experienced. No need to attach a label. Just direct experience. Now, notice what happens when ownership is not added. There is less weight, less pressure to control or manage, because what is not owned does not need to be fixed. Stay with that lightness. Now, a thought may come that says, but this is me. See that thought. It appears like any other thought, and then it passes. So even the idea of me is not stable, not fixed, just another movement. Now, notice how quickly things change. A thought is here, then gone. A feeling rises, then dissolves. A sensation appears, then shifts. Nothing stays. Nothing holds its shape for long. And because nothing stays, nothing can be a permanent self. Stay with that understanding, not as an idea, but as something seen directly. everything is temporary. Everything is in motion. Now, notice the space in which all of this happens. Open, allowing, unaffected. Thoughts move through it. Feelings move through it. Sensations move through it. But the space itself does not belong to anyone. It is simply there. And within this space, no owner can be found, only experience. Now, feel how this changes your relationship with life. If nothing is truly mine, what needs to be protected? What needs to be defended? Stay with that question gently. A feeling arises. Without ownership, it is just a feeling. A thought appears. Without ownership, it is just a thought. A sensation is present. Without ownership, it is just sensation. Nothing personal, nothing fixed, just phenomena. Now, notice how this softens tension. When something is seen as mine, there is fear of losing it. There is effort to keep it. But when it is seen as simply arising and passing, the grip loosens, because there is nothing to hold on to. Stay with that release. Now, let everything continue. Thoughts come and go. Feelings rise and fall. Sensations shift and change. All without an owner. All without a center. Just unfolding. Now, notice again the absence of control. You do not choose when a thought appears. You do not decide when a feeling fades. You do not command each sensation. They arise based on conditions, and they pass when those conditions change. No owner needed. Now, feel the simplicity in this. Nothing needs to be managed. Nothing needs to be secured. Just this flow. Continuous, unfolding. Now, stay with that flow. Let it move. No need to interfere. No need to claim. Just awareness, quietly knowing. Now, notice how even awareness is not owned. It is not something you create. It is simply present, knowing whatever arises, without effort, without control. And in this, there is no separate self standing apart. Just knowing and what is known. Now, let this understanding settle deeply. Not as a belief, but as a direct seeing. Nothing belongs. Nothing stays. Nothing needs to be held. Now, feel the freedom in that. A freedom from needing to protect. A freedom from needing to control. A freedom from needing to define a fixed identity. Now, rest here. Let everything be. Let everything pass. No ownership, no resistance. Just this open, changing flow of experience. And within this flow, nothing needs to be defended. Now, rest in this natural freedom without trying to hold on to it. It is not something you create. It is not something you maintain. It is simply what remains when the effort to hold and release fades away. A thought appears. It passes. No need to push it away. It cannot stay. A feeling arises. It shifts. No need to let it go. It is already changing. A sensation comes. It moves. No need to hold it. It cannot be kept. Stay with this simple truth. Everything is already leaving, even as it appears. Nothing waits. Nothing stays still. And because of this, there is nothing to release. nothing to force away. Only a natural unfolding. Now feel how gentle this is. No struggle, no effort, just allowing what is already happening. Now, notice the subtle habit of the mind. It may still try to do something, to improve, to deepen, to hold on to this ease. See that movement and let it be just another passing event. No need to follow it. Even the desire to hold freedom is part of the flow. It arises, it fades. Nothing needs to be done. Now, rest again in the openness. Everything included, nothing excluded. No preference. Just this moment as it is. Now, notice how this changes the feeling of time. There is no need to reach a future state, no need to return to a past moment. Only this unfolding now, fresh, unfixed. And within this, there is a quiet completeness, not because everything is perfect, but because nothing is missing. Now, feel the breath again, still moving, still flowing, not controlled, just part of the whole. And as you stay here, notice how even attention does not need to be directed. It naturally rests where experience is happening. No need to guide it. No need to hold it steady. Just this simple knowing. Now, let everything be even more effortless. Let go of the idea of doing meditation. There is no technique now, no method, just being, just knowing. Now, notice how light this feels. When nothing is held, there is no weight. When nothing is resisted, there is no tension. Just a quiet flow. Now, stay with that flow. Let everything move. No interruption, no interference. Just this continuous change. Now, notice again the absence of ownership. Nothing belongs. Everything appears and disappears on its own. No one holding it. No one releasing it. Just the process. Now, feel the simplicity of this. Nothing to achieve, nothing to maintain, nothing to protect. Just this open, changing experience. And within this, a natural freedom remains. Not something added, but something revealed. Now, Rest here for a few moments, quietly, gently, without effort. Let this be enough. Now, let this freedom be felt quietly, without trying to hold it. It is not something new. It has always been here, hidden only by effort, by holding, by resisting. And when those movements soften, this gentle openness remains, not as a special state, but as something simple, ordinary, natural. A sound appears. It is free to come. It is free to go. A thought arises. It is free to form. It is free to dissolve. A feeling moves through. It is free to change. Nothing is trapped. Nothing is fixed. And because of this, there is no need to force freedom. It is already present in the nature of change. Now, rest in that. No effort to keep it. No fear of losing it. Because what is not held cannot be lost. Now, as this time comes to a close, notice there is nothing to complete, nothing to finish. These hours were not about becoming someone else, not about removing difficulty, not about holding on to calm. Life will continue. Moments will shift. Experiences will change. Pleasant and unpleasant will still arise. But something simple may have been seen. Everything changes. Nothing remains the same. Nothing can truly be kept. And nothing stands apart from this flow. Now, look gently again. Is there a fixed self behind all of this? Or is there only experience, unfolding moment by moment? Stay with the feeling, not the answer. Just this living process. Breathing, sensing, knowing. All happening without a center, without control. And when nothing is held and nothing is resisted, a quiet freedom appears. soft, light. Not in the future, not something to reach, but already here, in this breath, in this moment, just as it is.